How's that? Can you hear me now? Anything at all? I'm rather hoping you can hear me. Let me know in the chat if you can hear us. Yeah, you can hear me. Right, that was my my mistake. I was literally saying to you all, let me know if there's any weird audio issues today, because I've changed my audio settings, and literally you all start saying I can't hear you, so I was like, oh, damn it. Never mind, we're sorted now. We're sorted now. I'm going to lay off the music today, I think, the background music, only because we had a bogus copyright strike the other day. I think it was bogus anyway. Very weird. To be clear, the music that we play when we're live is copyright-free, royalty-free music, which is all totally legit, all totally fine. I've even got a sync license to say that I can use it without issue. But someone decided to try and copyright strike me, who isn't even the owner of the music, as far as I can tell. So I've disputed it and whatever. So, so there we go. Apparently the rules are you dispute it, and then after 30 days, if the person who made the claim doesn't come back to you with some kind of response, then the copyright claim is removed. And in the meantime, any revenue generated by that video is held in escrow. So it's not like that person can just like siphon off my money. I don't know, it's weird. It's really weird. I don't know. I'm tempted just to play music anyway and just be like, F it. So, we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. It's just a weird one though, it's a bit disappointing. Luckily the people that provide the music are really cool. They've got forms that you fill out for exactly this purpose, because they're like, if you get striked, that is obviously nonsense, let us know. So, there we go. So, shall we check out the new EFB? Now, full disclosure, I have not really used this at all. I logged in yesterday evening just to download the plane, the latest version of the plane from the operations center. I obviously loaded it into the sim to make sure it worked, and I added my Navigraph account and SimBrief integration, and then I turned it off. So beyond that, I've not seen a damn thing. So I kind of wanted to do it that way. I wanted us to just kind of have a look together and just kind of see what we all think, really. I figured that would be quite cool. See what we have to do to get this working. So I'm going in blind. It might take us a while to get off the ground if we run into issues. Maybe if some of you have seen it already, if you could let us know what you think. Or if you see me making a mess of it, by all means, do tell me. Right, let's hop in to the cockpit and have a quick look. Yeah, Simon, I heard the same thing actually. Friend of the channel got in touch yesterday and said that it was Google Maps. If you like zoom in on Google Maps, you get a crash to desktop. So we'll see. We might get a crash to desktop. You might get to see my lovely wallpaper. We'll just roll with it if that happens. What I thought was weird though, you have to go into the FMC down here and enable it by default, because I obviously turned the plane on yesterday just to quickly see, and I was like, there's no EFB, where is it? So first things first, I'll just show you where I went. You have to go to the menu, where was it? PMDG setup. Oh, is it aircraft? Equipment? Is it previous page? Flight tablet, yes or no? That defaulted to no. So just keep that in mind. If you log in with the newly downloaded update, you will need to go in here and enable it. So by default, or at least for me, you wouldn't know that it had been added. Which, I don't know, it's a strange move, that. That is a strange move. Because you would think that this would be like the default. Like as soon as this is out, it's like, yeah, let's let everyone have it. And if they don't like it, they can turn it off. Weird one that. Weird one that indeed. Right, let's get some power to this plane. So the goal is we're going to try and get across to Paris, at least initially. So we'll do batteries on. Get the APU on. Hopefully you can hear the game audio okay as well. It's not just me rambling away that you can hear. Let's do some catering while we wait, shall we?
Catering vehicles are on their way.
Game audio is fine. Good, 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 good. What it is, I was fiddling with my game audio. Because... to be honest, Ben, I forgot to call the ground power unit. And the APU will be started anyway, like in 2 seconds. So it's no biggie. You know what, you're right. Let's do it, though. We've got the time, haven't we? We're not in a rush. Wrong button. FS actions, ground services, ground power, request. There's no power cable, is there not? Let's have a look. Oh no, there isn't. What about the other side? Huh. Yeah, fair enough. Must be one of those Qi chargers, the little wireless chargers. I'm alright, Felix. Thank you, mate. Keeping on, keeping on. Working on some stuff behind the scenes at the minute for the channel, which is cool. Hope to get to share all that with you soon. So, what have we got here then? We've got 2 apps. We've got a performance tool. Okay, so... this is very, very similar, isn't it, to what we get with the Phoenix. So if we import this from our OFP once we've synced with SimBrief, I guess. And then landing. Similar deal, I guess, isn't it? Landing en route. So what's the difference between landing dispatch and landing en route then? Like I say, keep in mind, I haven't seen any of this. This is all me looking at it for the first time. Yeah, I think that's cool, Ben. I think it's quite important. I think that that's the case. I think a lot of people were kind of like, "Oh, where's the EFB? Like, why is it taking so long?" It's like they're clearly building an ecosystem rather than just a little thing that is over here that gives you some basic info. So what about over here then? Flight details. Charts. That would be settings. Okay. So, given that I linked my SimBrief account last night, en route, alternative, or if you need to make a diversion. Oh, okay. Thank you. This page can't load Google Maps correctly. Okay. Well, let's request my data from SimBrief, so let's see if that's right. There it is. Good. So we got... so apparently if you zoom it in, this can cause a crash. For development purposes only. What's going on here? Have they left in like a dev key or something? That doesn't seem right. I know back when I was a web dev, I had to do some Google Map integrations for a client. Potentially, Felix. Depends what time we get there, of course. So let's have a look at the weather. So what's simple versus... Okay, that's a nice touch. You can have proper METAR or a simple view. So taking off, we've got 0803 knots. Please be calm, please be calm. Oh dear, it's not calm. Oh, that'll do. What's the alternate? LFOK. Let you scroll using the bar at the right side. Yeah. I think this is all going to come together when we can actually use an external tablet. Much like you can with the Phoenix. So what's all this then? This will be the OFP. Okay, so you can click and drag on this one. But you can't click and drag on the other one? Oh, you can on the map. The zoom do. Okay. And then charts. So Navigraph. Happy days. So if we go departure, chart error. I am authenticated. I did it last night. Still on it with VATSIM, Felix. Obviously, the only flights I've done are the ones that I've made videos of. So the plan is this week to get another one in. A, to get another video on the channel, and B, just to get the experience. So I'm not sure if I go into the settings whether I should be showing you my Navigraph charts, ID and stuff. Obviously, I don't care about you guys, but like if any other weirdos decide to look at the stream after it's live. So what I'm going to do, very, very briefly, is kill the display capture. Quickly have a little look in here. Yeah, Navigraph authentication. Just says I can sign out. Which means I'm signed in, right? Alright, we're back. Well, that's annoying. What am I doing wrong? UGCC, that is a genuine code, right? My anime images, good lord. Unable to retrieve chart. Confirm you're authenticated to Navigraph and this is a valid airport. I am authenticated. Alright, tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to quickly kill the display capture. I'm going to sign out of Navigraph. Sign back in. Hold the line. Isn't that a song? Okay, PMDG flight tablet successfully linked. Try that again then, shall we? Right. Did it take to the Navigraph page when you signed in? Yeah, so I did it through my phone. So there you go, it's fine now. So I signed out, and then when you click sign in, it comes up with a QR code. So I used my phone to do the QR code and signed in through my phone, and then it was happy and it let me in. Weird. Alright, well we're in, that's the main thing now. So airport, SID, star, approach, and ref. Good. Same for arrivals. Turns out you could have just seen all of that, I think. There was nothing really other than a QR code. And again, it's not really you lot I'm worried about. It's everyone else on YouTube that could potentially see it. Alright, so we're using the List to Sierra, apparently. Listo to Sierra. Oh, that's cool. So it gives the plane's position on it as well. And we can click and drag. And we're going to take off on 05 left, which will be this one here, nearest to us. I think you can, yeah, we're swiping around at K here, so that's okay. Very good, so it's basically out of here, right turn to 148, then we head on out to Listo. We've got to stay beneath 5,000 and then be at 5,000 by Listo. That should be fine. So can we pin Listo then? Let's pin that one. Then as we arrive into Paris, let's try pinning some stuff, get our ducks in a row, shall we? The Bibber 9E. That would be the one, right? Oh, the actual list. Yeah, you can't. Yeah, you have to use the scroll bar. So that's going to be a pain, isn't it, if that was to go into an actual tablet? Imagine if we were using like an iPad or something to remotely control this. That would be a bit of a limitation, maybe. Yeah. So what are we doing? Bibax 9 Echo. Cool. So let's pin that one. Yeah, so there's Bibax just off the coast, and then we're gonna meander our way down to. So we've got two options here. Yeah, so we've got 9 Delta where you kind of take the long route, and we're going to go direct by the look of it, and then finish at Mopar. And the runway is 27 right. 09 left, 09 right, 26 left, 26 right, 27 left, 27 right. Finally. Okay, which one do we need? Banox. Mopar. Guess it's just this one then, right? In that one. Very good. So now if we go into pinned. What? Where's our star gone? Did we not pin the star? I thought we pinned the star. What was it? Bibax 9 Echo. That's the one. Now we could probably do with some airport charts for Manchester. We'll pin that on. Taxi chart. That's alright. That's a nice... That seems to work quite well. Oh, the green ones are for A380. That's the wrong one. Never mind, that'll work for us. That'll do. Do I know how to fly a holding pattern? Yes, I do. So, looking at this, we still have to do our fuel and all of that stuff down here, by the looks of things. So that's something to keep in mind. So I guess we'll go and do that now, shall we? Ground services. The block fuel is... Aggressive fuel truck. 5, 8, 1, 2. I gotta be honest, I'm not loving the stream without the music. What do you all think? Any thoughts? Get rid of the map for now. Okay, fuel truck is engaged. So how do we start it fueling? It won't, that looks like it's greyed out. Is that because we've already got more fuel on board than what we want? Is that why that is? So for example, if I was to go into fuel and set this to like 0. So Ben, by default, it comes on with like 11317. I don't know why, it just does. If you go ground services, you see that's obviously what it's got on board, right? You have to have less fuel than you want. So if I empty the thing, more or less, that'll do it, right? If I go fuel, let's just put it in 1,000. Then do ground services, then do... Yes, no, well, let's do it, fine. So on that basis, it's probably not going to be overly happy with this either, is it? So we have to zero out all of this, I presume. So ground services. We can start fueling. A passenger target. What are we doing? 156. There's an empty all button. Oh, is there? Oh yeah, set empty. Nice. Well then we'll do that. So do we have... So what door are we going to want? We're going to want... That's why won't it let us board? Jetway inhibit. Will it not let us board through the jetway? Does it have to be the stairs? Well, I already had it set to jetway, hence the jetway's here. Oh, okay. How does the TCA pack work with the 737? It works well. I've got a video, if you scroll back through my old videos, probably like the third or fourth oldest one now, or newest one rather, where I show you how to do the reverse thrust configuration and all that stuff. Alright, let's do air stairs then. Weird. Okay, so now we can do it. How weird is that? Shouldn't have clicked 1L, should I? Alright, let's get those boarding. Need to press air stairs. Where's air stairs? Oh. Got it. No, never mind. It's working now. You'll need to make a... Frost, you'll need to make a separate profile for it. So I've kind of got one for my like fly-by-wire A32NX, one for my Phoenix, and another one for the PMDG. Yeah, it's entirely different, so best to do it completely on its own profile. Okay, 1, 7... Don't mind me, I'm just doing some maths. 769. Just a heads up, I am expecting a delivery today, and I have to sign for it, so I may have to disappear at some point. Let's have a little look around this side. There we go. So we can start the front. So do we get any animations or not? It doesn't look like it, does it? It's kind of like a little mini GSX you got built into the plane, which is really cool when you think about it. There we go, let's start loading that side. Good. Right, let's get things actually set up and get to Paris, shall we? I feel like we've been faffing around quite a bit here, which is fine. Let's get the hydraulics on, let's put the packs on. Guessing the fueling is completed by now? Must have done. Yeah. Yeah, that's done, isn't it? Let's release the fuel truck. Why are my flaps moving? Yeah, so for now, I kind of feel like this is a nice addition. But what do we got? Charts. I mean, it's kind of everything I would want from an EFB to start with. I guess, like you say, the things like passengers and fuel and all of that stuff, if that could be done through here, and especially if it could integrate directly with SimBrief, where like all the values are pre-plugged in, so it knows how many passengers I've got, it knows how much cargo I've got, and it divides it equally into the front and the back hold, that kind of thing. Yeah, it's a good start. It is a good start. Let's get some fuel pumps on. Okay, armed, guarded. Get some lights on. It's a bit dim in here. Okay, logo on. Strobe. That's looking alright. That's looking alright. Okay, the APU started. The APU bleed on. Let's sort out our route, shall we? So that's the other thing. Do I still need to download those files? Or does the fact that it's linked to my SimBrief account, so if I do EGCC LFPG, it's probably not going to work, is it? Because I haven't downloaded the flight plan files. Because a little part of me thought, oh, I don't know, activate, execute, departures and arrivals. And we're going to do list to Sierra, runway 05 left. Okay. And then Paris, ILS 27 right. Using the Biba 9 Echo. Now let's look at the charts again. Pinned. I'm going to go via Mopar. PMDG 536. Can we do that one? No. Okay. Where should I transition? Where do I find that out? We have some waypoints off the right hand side of the initial approach. Let's have a look. This one here. Is that the one you're talking about, Simon? Gizop. Trying to look at the star, maybe. Felt like the star didn't really... I find the charts still do catch me out sometimes. We've got Colive, Mopa. Yeah, I don't know what to do here, guys. Not gonna lie. Ah, here we go. Not sure, is the honest answer. Don't know. Let's just execute as it is. We'll see what comes up, shall we? Okay, let's set our position. Menu, FMC. There's a new page there. Index. Init ref. Perf init request. Let's do that. I've got to be honest, it feels really weird streaming without any music in the background. I don't like it. What do you all think? Feels like the stream's lacking a bit of energy. Okay, load. Are we fully loaded yet? I should have checked that, really, shouldn't I? Ground maintenance, ground services. Fueling's done. Passengers are on, so let's release all of that stuff. It's all done. Release, 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 release. Right, let's step through our route. So out of Manchester. There's Kildy. Beerbacks. Colive. Mopa. Right, where's the airport relative to Mopa? Still not sure where I should be transitioning. Still not sure. How do I find that out? Based on what I have here. Does anybody know? Because I'm running out of ideas here, not gonna lie. Got ban. Mop 6W. So that's Mop 8 Zulu. Have we got that? No. Oh yes we do. Let's do that. That'll do. That will hopefully get us in. That's the one. Perfect. That was not immediately obvious. Yeah, so that's the one. Good. Good, 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 good. That'll do us nicely. Alright, so what is... Let's do the weathers. That home. Meta is... 099. There we go. But I guess we could also use our performance tool at this point. So if we import that from the OFP, hopefully it'll bring in Manchester. Yes, it does. We're doing 05 left. Okay. And it is dry. Okay, so we've imported all the information. Audio packs on. Take off flaps 5. Yes, Simon, that, yeah, I think that's what it is anyway. It works, put it that way. Alright, so it reckons flaps 5. This is what I don't like about concept of good, like backwards and forwards, because I always forget what I'm supposed to be typing in. So we're going to do flaps 5. Do it like this, hopefully we can all see. So where would I type in that N1 figure? Would that be over here? Take off N1 at 90.86, should we? No, doesn't want to do that. V1 it thinks is not what we have here. That's interesting. So we do 139. Ah. $139, 140, and then 145. Okay. So then we do 160 on the speed because we're doing V2 plus 15. Did I see the Apple event? I didn't see the event, Ben, because it was like 2 in the morning here when they did it. But I did watch like the one of those Apple event in 3 minutes videos this morning. Seems strange to me that, because the 14-inch MacBook Pro you can now get the vanilla M3 chip in it, but they only give you 8 gig of RAM. And here they're asking $16.99 for the thing. It's like, are you kidding? That is so much money. Like, at least give us 12, like meet us halfway. Is anything more than 8? Yes, on the initial approach charts, what did I find? I found this one. So it ended at Mopa, and then you got this one here, Mopa 8 Zulu, which looks to be the right thing. So that's how I ended up going with that. Alright, I'm not going to arm auto throttle because I had a bit of trouble the other day. I had a little bit of trouble in that I accidentally clicked the takeoff button. Have we seriously been live for nearly an hour? We haven't moved. Damn. Right, so runway heading is 052. We'll do 5,000 in the window to start, because that's our ceiling. Dare I say it, folks, I think we're nearly ready for a pushback. Dare I say it. So, let's get running off the APU. No way. There. Let's release the GPU truck. We'll see if we can get over to Harry. Oh man, it's looking miserable. Interesting skies though, look at that. Very moody. Alright, let's get rid of our jetway as well. Why is it saying jetway inhibit? If we get rid of the jetway. On the initial approach chart, it has vectors to final. Oh, has it? I didn't see that. Patience, man. Patience. It was always going to be a bit of a longer one today because we're sort of working out what we're doing over here. Very good. Alright. Let's see if GSX will do us a pushback.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
There we go. Hopefully when we push back it'll just
Departure check completed.
go.
Bypass pin inserted.
Let's check those charts in, shall we, Simon? See what they were saying. So you were saying on the initial approach, so that would be the star one, is that what you're talking about?
Locking gear.
Oh yeah, follow Mopus 6X. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Okay, let's have a quick look at that. Okay, so we want nose, right, tail, left, don't we?
Release parking brakes. Release parking brakes.
Yeah, then we back to ourselves. Very good.
Release parking brakes.
Alright, I'm doing it. There we go.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
I don't know, Ben. Actually, I've always just started the packs off. Do you have to alternate the packs, maybe?
Set parking brakes.
I meant to have them both off.
Waiting your confirmation for good engine start.
Yeah, I think had I tried to start the right engine with it like that, Ben, maybe it wouldn't have worked. Not sure. All right. Okay, let's just turn off TCAS, stop it yelling at us. Let's have a quick look up here. So we will repeat on auto, auto, auto. Take power from the engines. APU bleed off. What was our cruise today? I didn't even check the cruise, did I? Flight number 390. And landing altitude 400 for Paris. Why have I got low pressure over here?
Cockpit to ground. We have a good engine start. You can disconnect.
What's going on here then? Surely we don't have another fault. Not another one.
Unlocking gear.
Another hydraulic fail. Why does that keep happening?
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed.
That's weird, that.
Left is clear. Right is clear.
Good, right, let's get taxi lights on. Projected takeoff, flaps are set to 5. Arm L now, arm B now. Now then, if I click this. Good. Right, let's go. Very good. Now in terms of charts, we're going to go down onto... I keep trying to scroll off my mouse wheel, but of course that's not the correct thing to do, is it? Go on to Kilo, Bravo, then Alpha. Brakes, come on. There we go. Ah, what is it with the PMDG brakes? Oh no, wrong button. Right, they're off. Okay, shall we go to Paris? New update is the EFB. This thing here that we've now got in the 737 from PMDG, which is very cool. There we go, that's what I wanted to see. Now, do we go left and around? I don't suppose it makes a difference, does it? Let's go right. Oh, damn it. Thanks, Ben. I'll edit that once we get up in the air. I was rushing a bit this morning trying to get the kids out the door for school while also trying to schedule the stream. The struggle is real. Anyone know what a flash update on a BIOS is? I know how to. Well, I know, yeah, sort of, Felix. Well, talking about your motherboard, yeah? Or your GPU VBIOS? So basically when you flash your BIOS, you're writing a new BIOS to the BIOS chip. So I had to do that on my motherboard when I bought it because the BIOS that it came shipped with was an older version and it didn't know about the 5000 series processors from AMD. So obviously when I put my processor in and tried to boot it, it was like, oh, I don't know what this is, I'm not booting. So I had to flash the BIOS where you put a USB stick in the back of the motherboard in a specific USB port that the manual will tell you which one it is. Then there's a little button you can press, at least on my board there was, not on all of them. And if you've got a BIOS on a USB stick, it will just take it and flash it on the chip and then it booted. Yeah, quite often you'll find that drivers can do that as well. Generally with BIOS updates, I would say leave it alone unless there's a problem. Because obviously if the BIOS update goes wrong, then that's not good. Axe off for max power. That's the spirit, Simon. Let him cook. Couldn't agree more. Oh no. Damn it. Alright, let's get out there, shall we? You didn't want to update your BIOS. Yeah, it's fine, unless you've got a problem. Felix, is quite often no need. Like my BIOS is probably 2 years old now on my motherboard. I updated it once because I was having USB issues. And I checked on the BIOS update page on MSI and they were like, update this BIOS to fix USB issues. So I was like, sweet, that solves my problem, and I haven't touched it since because I feel like now it's all working. If I was to touch it again, it could potentially introduce a new problem, which I don't want to do. Different hydraulic fault this time. So I don't know what's going on. I feel like every time I use the thing I get hydraulic fault. I don't know why that is. I really don't know why that is. Which is a bit weird. Okay, flaps 5. Everything looks in order, I think. It's, oh yeah, we've got to wait for Ben. Ben's going to clear us. Let's just check the top panel briefly before we go. Engines into continuous. Other than that, I think we're good. Because you turned on electrical pumps before engines start, so you think it might be. Okay, yeah, I mean, I was following a checklist that I found online for that, so maybe the checklist is incorrect. I'll try it differently next time, we'll see, shall we? Because it seems weird that it's just me that's having that problem, so it probably is something. Hey, not 24, clear for takeoff, runway 05 left. See ya. Cheers, Ben.
Partake. Positive rate of climb.
Gear up.
Bank angle.
Whoops. Wasn't focusing there. I was looking at something else on my other screen. That was foolish. There we go. Autopilot on. VNav on. LNav on. When do we turn off engine continuous? Is that at 10,000 feet? Hey, Charles. Air conditioning? What's going on here then? I think we're descending. Schedule descent. We're not descending. Okay, let's get 390 in here. Where's my chart gone? Oh, there it is. Oh, wait. Sid. That's what I want. Transition altitude, 5,000. Let's go. Alright, 10,000 feet, let's get lights off. Engines out of continuous. Flaps are up. Everything's good. Right folks, I need to quickly disappear for like 30 seconds, I'll be right back. How we doing, folks? I'm back. Sorry about that. Full disclosure, I may have to disappear again in a minute as well, but we'll do what we can. What are we up to? 20,000 feet. Not gonna lie, I really miss having the music on. I'm gonna put it on, screw it. Oh, that's better. So much better. Love it. Yeah, what it is, guys, I have a parcel arriving and it's like very important that I get it. Then I sign for it and it's 4 stops away and I keep getting notifications. The one just then was a false alarm. Can you all hear the music okay? So I'm just checking the levels. It is working. You can hear it. Good. Copyright claims be damned. The clouds are quite dramatic today, aren't they? Good morning, Adam. How are you? Well, so far I'd say the EFB has been a good start. No issues for me so far. Like I say, I mean, there's clearly room for improvement, but it's software, there's always room for improvement. Yeah, it's like, doesn't matter how good you make something, there's always something more you can do. Yeah, like doing the fuel and boarding and things like that through it would be a good start, and obviously the ability to access it through a physical tablet, through like an iPad or like an Android tablet, whatever you've got. I would say then we're in a pretty strong position at that point, because you've got the ability to do that with Phoenix, you've got the ability to do that then with PMDG, should that become the case. Sean, it's interesting you say that. No matter what I do, I can't seem to get it to go into the rest position. Like, I just... See what I mean? It just won't go. It's been like that ever since I've owned the plane for like over a year now. Right, my courier is 3 stops away. I feel like I need to get VATSIM flight number 3 under my belt. I don't know if I'm going to get a chance to do that tonight or maybe Thursday. I feel like in terms of content, that's kind of what I enjoy the most at the moment, is that kind of thing. Where we just go on little adventures and record what happens. And I think what I'd like to do, Sean, is get something like spad.next. Then I can get some proper binds set up to my hardware controls. That would be the ideal situation, I think. And there's the Isle of Wight. Not going to be far from Heathrow, are we? But I suppose we're probably not going to get to see it. Looking at that cloud coverage below there. Right, it may be, folks, that I have to disappear for a few minutes. Luckily, we've got a nice bit of cruise ahead of us. My courier is nearly here, and I should probably go look out for him, because I need to take delivery of this item, really. Duly noted, Wasp. Maybe we'll go... I feel like it'd be nice to go down to like Spain or Ibiza or somewhere like that. But we'll see. Anyway, I need to go and look out for this carrier. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Sorry folks, this is taking longer than anticipated. I've just come back to change the view for you all. I won't be a few minutes, alright? Alright folks, I'm still waiting, so I thought I'd come back. Oh Ashley, hey, how you doing? Sorry, I'm a little bit all over the place. I'm waiting for a courier. I've got a very important parcel turning up and I can't really miss it. So I'm kind of having to keep an eye out. Because obviously if I'm in the shed with the door locked, away from the house, it could be that I miss the delivery. So unfortunately, I'm going to have to step away again for a few minutes. Apparently the driver is like 3 minutes away. So I'm going to go and just wait out front. I'll be back in a bit. Hey, Wesham's here. Right guys, I'm still waiting for that delivery driver, so out of an abundance of caution, I'm going to quickly whack my altitude down to like 3,000 feet, so if required, VNAV can do it all for us. Sorry about this, I really can't afford to miss this package, it's quite important, and yeah, I need to sign for it, otherwise it goes back, which is quite annoying, but there we go. Right, 5 minutes I reckon, and I'll be back. We'll have a catch up. Sorry about this. folks, I'm back, but not for long. Courier is still not here. I'm just waiting to see where top of descent is. Maybe not start descending. This isn't right. Now we started descending. That was weird. That's going to cause us all sorts of problems. I'll be back in a minute. Alright folks, I am back. Package has been acquired, thank goodness. I am gonna put us into heading select mode to see if we can lose some of this speed. So we'll do vertical speed. See if we can just shake off some of this altitude. Maybe we'll do like a little loop back around to Mopar once we're at like 16,000. That should be alright. Oh, right, who's left? I wouldn't blame you if you've all disappeared. That was a bit of a... That was bad form by me, really, all of that. I apologise, but I had to get that parcel. But the parcel is here, so we can relax. That had to be like the worst app I've ever used for a courier. It's like completely out by a mile in terms of how long it said it was going to be. Trouble is, if I'm in the shed doing this, door locked, would have been tricky. Well, that's a good point. We could do a hold. Let's do a hold. Should we do a hold at Mopar? Hold at Mopar. Yeah, let's do that. That means we need to get LNAV and VNAV back on. Why won't LNAV come on? There we go. That's better. Yeah, sorry about that. That was all a bit rubbish. I don't know why I didn't think to do a hold then. That's a brilliant call, Simon. Thank you for that. So I'm guessing it's going to kind of turn quite steeply until we intercept the hold pattern. So we do head to moper and then loop around from moper rather than... So it wants us between 15 and 16 at moper, then 11, 12. Oh, look, it is. Look, it's trying to intercept. But here, look, it's trying to get the nearest point. I did wonder whether it was going to loop around to moper and then make a start from the moper waypoint. Okay, so how you doing? It's all gone a little bit wrong this morning, but that's okay. It's all my fault. All because of a courier. But that's alright. It's good that we've got the thing that we need. When will be the face reveal? I mean, my other YouTube channel, the profile picture literally is my face, so there is kind of no face reveal to be had, I guess. It is literally me in the picture. It's never been a thing like with the whole not having a face cam on. I just feel like it's not the right setting for it. Like if you imagine like your typical Call of Duty streamer or whatever, you know, like playing in a room with loads of RGB lights behind them, sitting in a racing seat style gamer chair, mincing people up in Call of Duty. Like, yeah, I can kind of see it from that point of view. But for flight sim, I don't really get it. I don't feel like it's the right... It's more of an artistic choice, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. I think flight sim is more about like vibes and the enjoyment of the flight. Plus, I think like with a game like Call of Duty, it's like the whole thing is like an active pursuit. Like you're constantly like doing something in Call of Duty. Whereas there's that kind of bit in the middle where it's a bit chill. You probably don't want to be looking at me for all of it. Well, I don't think it will serve the video. Put it that way. But yeah, I've done like Twitch streams in the past with like cam on and stuff like that. Used to play quite a bit of Halo on Twitch. I don't stream on Twitch anymore. Okay, so what are we aiming for? So we should be back on profile now, right? Because we're at 13,000 feet. You're still saying we're above the profile, which is weird. Let's pull in the winds. Maybe that might help. Yeah, I was thinking we should probably exit at this, literally like come out of the hold at Mopa. Hold. It's a big old hold, isn't it? That's quite a big turn we were doing there. Yeah. Yeah, once we get back onto Mopa, I think it'll probably... So if we do exit hold... Exit armed, so when we cross Mopa, using reserve fuel, Yeah, there we go, look. Okay, what was transition for our star? Ah, nothing there. Does it give us any transition info? Transition set by ATC. Okay. Well, let's do it now then. And we'll check on local pressure, which is 1006. Why are we at 300 knots? Surely we're going to need to slow down in a minute. Oh, I see. We're holding, aren't we? Because flight level 60. Okay, so we're a bit early. Well, let's go back into standard then. Where does it say? Oh, it says 5,000 for us. Alright, 5,000 it is. Alright, so that's us exited from the hold. So we're just holding at 11,000 feet because we need to be above 11,000 feet at Creel. Well, that wasn't a bad recovery, all things considered. Good call with the hold, though, Simon. That was well timed. Local pressure was, what was it, 100, I've forgotten. 1006. I guess we're on reserve fuel because we stayed at cruise for too long, didn't we? So I was waiting for the carrier to turn up. Silly boy. 1006 at the moment. 999 was Manchester. Yeah, 1006. Manchester was, yeah, 0999. Was my sim frozen? Flip like it has. Just freaking out then. I thought we were going to get a crash to desktop. German Flight Simmer. How do I like the tablet? It's a good start. It is a really good start. I appreciate they had a lot of technical challenges to get them to this point, so I kind of feel like I wasn't expecting too much in terms of functionality because I know just how much it took to get it over the line in terms of the technical hurdles. So it's a really good start. For me, obvious things that I would like to see are things like fueling the aircraft from the EFB, managing the baggage, the passenger load, that kind of thing. But yeah, having the charts are really nice. And like I was saying earlier, it's I think a lot of underpinnings work has gone on to allow it to be more of a platform in its own right, rather than just a simple click here to load the fuel, click here to load the baggage, here are the charts, here are the I think they're trying to make it more of a platform, which I can appreciate how much work that is. I've worked in software before as a developer, so I can completely understand why it is the way it is. Software, unfortunately, is very hard, very time consuming, especially when you are sort of beholding to someone else's platform. And in this case, that is PMDG sort of being beholden to Microsoft Flight Simulator. They have to kind of work within the confines of their platform. So far I don't think we've had any bugs. The only bug I had was first thing this morning when I tried to load up a Navigraph chart and it wouldn't let me, and I had to sign out and sign back in again. Other than that, for the most part, we've been okay. Fingers crossed. I know some people I've spoken to said they had crashed desktops. Gives you the feeling it's released too early, maybe too much pressure by the simmers. Yeah, there was a huge amount of pressure, for sure. For sure. Yeah, they can't win, really. It's either they take ages and people are angry, or they release it before it's fully feature complete and people are angry. So, yeah. I've been in their position more times than I care to count with clients and things like that, pressuring you to release something, and then you release it and then they say it's not good enough. It's like, well, you knew it wasn't good enough, like, and we told you it wasn't good enough, and we told you we wanted more time, but you wanted us to do it anyway, and now it's released and now you're angry. It's like, what do you want us to do? Like, seriously, you can't have it both ways. Yeah, I've heard about that with the maps. I've heard about that. Also, you can see here, like, on the tiles, for development purposes only. Like, I've got tiled across, so I don't know whether they've got like an old Google Maps key or something embedded into it. I seem to recall having to do Google Maps work for a client ages ago, and there's some sort of like development key that you put in to the Google Map, and then when it goes live you have to put in like the client's actual key. I don't know, I forget, it was a long time ago, but I suspect something similar is going on in this case. Alright, so next waypoint, we need to be 5,000. What we're going to do, we'll get to about here, and then we'll sort of shoot round and do a little loop. On which subject, what is our ILS frequency? trying to scroll with my wheel thinking it's going to do it, but of course it doesn't. Okay, so 27 right. (110.35). And we'll do flaps 30. BREF 154 it thinks. Which is completely different to what I have over here. So which one do I believe? I guess we'll never know. Use the en route one. Okay. VREF 149. Okay, so if I do VREF add nothing, 144, which is exactly what we've got over here. So how is that different to landing dispatch to landing en route? I don't get it. Where is this plane going now? Better. So landing dispatch, is that kind of the information you would use when you're being dispatched from, say, like Manchester, where we were this morning? Or would that be... I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of stuff I don't really know at the moment. And then the landing en route is more up-to-date data? Yeah, that's what I thought this morning, about en route being the alternate, but... yeah, I don't know. I find it really confusing. Yeah, there's bound to be quite a lot of updates, you would think, that are going to come thick and fast, I would imagine. Okay, what am I doing? I need engines into continuous. I should get some lights on. Let's do auto brakes 2 for landing. Welcome back, Felix. Welcome back. But as you say, the en route one seems to be a bit better. Yeah, flight's not going bad, Felix. We had a bit of a problem. We had to do a hold because I had to go outside and wait for a courier to sign for a package, and during which the plane failed to go into descent mode, so it just carried on at cruise for ages. I had to go into a hold at Mopa. Ah, Felix, you've been rumbled. Alright, what speed are we aiming for? 182. Let's do flaps 5. Okay, approach mode armed. Oh yeah, so here, yeah, that's handy. I didn't realise that. That's where we should stop. If we were to do auto brakes, where is it? Where is it? 3. Oh wow, that's loads more, isn't it? It's auto brakes 3. Let's have some fun. Alright, good. It's picked up the glide slope. It's picked up everything else. Let's do 160 until we're 4 DME. Morning, Scott. Get down. Oh, morning Europe. Alright, let's get the cam on. A little bit windy out here. Frames aren't doing too good. That is not the stream stuttering. Traffic. That is absolutely my PC. Come on, let's get that on. Whoa. Okay, the frames seem to be behaving a little bit more now. Oh, wind has changed.
400. 300. Glide slope. Glide slope. Glide slope. Glide slope. Glide slope.
Respectfully disagree. Or disrespectfully.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
Oh, that was a bit bumpy. That was a bit windy there towards the end. Oh, that's not bad. 250 feet per minute. I'll take that. Right, let's get rid of that. Yeah, there is no traffic. Europe, it always does that. Yeah, that was okay. That was alright. I mean, that's not one for the Hall of Fame, but I think that was more of a rescue than, than a calm and concerted effort all the way down. Let's do taxi lights, engines out continuous, get the APU on, and let's see where we have to go. Should have done this when we're in the air, really, shouldn't I? Airport. Alright, so here's us. Obviously we wouldn't be doing this if we were on VATSIM because we'd be getting in the way of everybody, but we'll take a minute just to take a look. So we are here on Kilo, and we're going to cross runway. Is that 27 left? Yes, it is. Onto Delta 6. Should we go to the posh bit here? Yeah, we'll go on to Delta. Left onto Delta. And over we go. See, this is where it'd be really handy to have it on an actual tablet. And I guess you can just use the Navigraph charts app for that. I'm thinking of getting myself one of those Lenovo M10 tablets, because they seem quite cheap, relatively, of course. Still a lot of money, but... Bravo then Alpha. Yeah, okay. Gotcha. Right, we've got time for one more flight. I just made a poll quickly. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm looking into, Wasp, at the minute. Did look at the Amazon Fire ones, but of course can't actually install the apps, can you, on that one that you want? Oh, there's a lump in the taxiway. So can we actually go this way? We need to go left here. It's not giving me the impression that it's an approved route, but it could just be, of course, like the scenery. Alright, estimates on my frames per second right now. Hey, it's not doing bad. It's not great either, but it's not bad. Oh, it's that stupid road that's trying to do the tunnel. Is this a handcrafted airport? It is, isn't it? Because I think I probably would have handcrafted that road a little bit better. Oh, 11 frames per second. Incredible scenes. I will go wherever the poll tells me to go, Felix. I'm going to park up, pop inside, use the facilities, and then that'll give everyone a chance to vote. Well, those frames aren't the worst. I've had a lot worse. Let's go up here. Hey Maxi, it's not going bad. I haven't done as many flights as I would like. But hopefully we can get another one in this week. So I've only got 2 under my belt so far at this stage. Not entirely sure where I'm supposed to be going here. I feel a little bit lost. Don't feel like the markings are particularly great. It's rather confusing. Oh, here will do. Only done the 2 so far, Maxi, so yeah, be good to get number 3 under the belt. Right, APU power on, engines off. Parking brakes on. Gate are we even at? Does anyone even know? No idea. Right. I cannot recommend going to EHAM on the 15th of November because I'll be doing delivery, ground and tower. Fair enough. I will steer clear. I will absolutely steer clear. Right, folks, I just need to quickly pop into the house and grab a coffee for the next leg. And how's the poll looking at the moment? Looking like Dublin's a clear favourite at the moment. So I'm going to see what the polls are going to come out. And yeah, give me a couple of minutes. And I'll be right back. I'll see you in a mo. Enjoy the tunes. Alright, I'm back. Right, let's see what the poll says. Maxie, you weren't doing EHAM on my last flight, were you? poll has ended. People have spoken. We're going to Dublin. To quote Mackham, Dublin is the biggest city in the world. It just keeps doubling and doubling and doubling and doubling. Love it. Oh, come on, Maxie, you don't mean that. Yeah, Simon, which runway is it that's missing? Because I'm in Sinbrief at the moment thinking which runway do I choose? Wasn't it like 27... Is it 27 right? Or 28 right? When was it? Blimey, a while ago. I was Ryanair 226, I think. So I flew out of Eham. I was going to Gatwick. 28 right is missing. Okay, that's fine. That's it, good. Fine. No, I'm afraid I don't remember any controllers' names. I remember it was so busy once we got into like Amsterdam Radar, the controller, whoever that was, like mad respect. Just so many people talking over each other and... Wait, Simon, you're saying 1-0 left is gone as well? So that could be problematic. Lunch break over. Just after the release. Oh, damn it. Yeah, you're right. Of course, 1-0 left is the same. I knew that. Alright, different runway required. Yeah, duh. Why didn't I realise that? What about 1-0 right? That'd be okay, wouldn't it? Okie dokie. We have a plan. Ooh, don't like those frames. Don't like those frames. At all. Oh no, Maxie, no I didn't. I was flying out of it. And I wasn't aware of the flight tamper, EHAM, so... So, request new data from SimBrief. LFPG, EIDW, that's good. What's the weather? 250 and 6. That's alright. It's probably like 3 weeks ago. 2-3 weeks ago? Probably more than 2 weeks. Probably more like 3 weeks ago. I'm struggling to remember as well. A lot's happened since then. Need Atrex 5 Echo 5B 5E. Nice. Let's pin that one then. Airport is pinned. And the star it wants us to use coming in is the bags to Romeo. Nice if it centered the charts every time we loaded a new one. That's a bit of a shame it doesn't do that. And we're using 10 right. Three weeks ago, thank you, Wasp. So now if we do our pin charts, we've got a pinned one of, yep, ground on Paris. Got our SID. We've got our arrival into Dublin. And we've got our approach chart to 10 right. Hey, grey shirt's in. Good morning. Alright, that's not looking so bad. So if we use our performance tool, import from OFP. Let's go. We're going to use runway. That's weird, it wants to do 05 left, but I've got 26. I've got 26 right in my sim brief. Let's import the weather, shall we? Okay. Very good. So let's go FS actions, I should say. Let's set some chocks. We're going to need 7639 to get us to Dublin. Right, what's you, Maxi? So what were you doing, Maxi? Were you ground or radar? Okay, fuel truck is attaching. At least it should be. I've completely hashed up this parking, haven't I? So, Max, are you saying that you were one of the controllers in the video, or are you talking about something else with Wasp? Okay, we're going for 147. Hey, look at my air stairs. Oh, you a tower? Cool. Well, in that case, I apologise for everything that may have happened that night. Let's get the cargo a minute. Oops, wrong button. One guy in my comments didn't believe I could be a tower controller. Oh, why's that? Oh, I remember seeing that that comment. Oh, oh, God, I don't like that. I really don't like it when it does that. Okay, so most of the stuff here is actually sort of done, isn't it? We're just going to need APU bleed. Do seatbelts off. Ourselves a ground power. Right, I'm going to have to make this a quick turnaround, otherwise there is a non-small chance I could run out of time. We don't want that. Passengers are done. Do that. Right, departures and arrivals, wait, route. So we are LFPG EID W. Activate, execute. Departures and arrivals. Departing. 26 right. At tray 5E. Why is it so long to become a controller? Is it the amount of mentoring you require, and therefore a restriction on the amount of mentors that are available to go around? Is that what it is, or? Okay, 10 right. Bags 2 Romeo. All signed requesting clearance. Is that all you need, Anyhow? No way. Okay, I'll be sure to check ATIS. Appreciate that. If that execute finite request. And is that just like an EHAM thing, or is that like a elsewhere other than London thing? Okay, it's loading the performance. I'm not loving my frames per second right now. Maybe Sweden, okay. Right, let's just check the route very quickly. Starting to feel a little bit pressured on time. Out we go. Oh no, my TV's going to try and turn itself off. That's the one thing about using a TV instead of a monitor. Lovely, that's all looking good. How do I get out of this? They don't know what stand I'm at. Whatever. Here we go. Yeah, brilliant. Right, we'll be doing the pushback with the PMDG, I think. Right, let's tell everyone on the ground to go away, and we need to get on to Dublin. We're going to have to forego a bit of realism, because otherwise I'm not going to make it on time. Fuel truck, release. Release, 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 release. And let's get rid of our ground power. Let's get some APU bleed on. And the hit targets on these light switches are annoying. Yeah, so far, so good with this EFB. I mean, like you say, there's, like we spoke about last night or whenever it was, it's clearly things they can add, clearly things they can do, but like that's always the way with software. It's a nice addition. I think a lot of people are getting hung up on how long it's taken for us to get here. That's probably what a lot of it is, I think. Where do I go for pushback in here? I've forgotten. Am I in completely the wrong menu? Does GSX ever work properly? Yeah, I do wonder as well, Jack. I do wonder. Part of me feels a little bit duped by the community for buying it. I feel like everyone's like, yeah, GSX, GSX, GSX. So I was like, ooh, I better get GSX. And I got it. I was like, what the hell is this? I mean, it's okay, but... Pushback, here we go. Standard L, turn nose to the left, I think.
Cockpit to ground. Go ahead. We've been cleared for push and start, tail to the right. Copy that, ready for push, tail right. Release brake right, please. Brakes released. Brakes released, here we go.
Okay, let's get 265 in the runway heading. We're going up to 380. And 250 feet for Dublin. Okay, let's get the packs off. Get these engines fired up.
brake set.
Steering pin is pulled. Watch for the salute and release from guidance on your right after flight.
Good. My computer is not loving life at the moment. Oh, look at that. Look at that. 10 frames per second. That seems to be a GPU memory issue. I don't know why, but we're really bumping up against the amount of memory we have available. In the GPU at least. Lordy. Well, hopefully that'll clear. Generally when it gets like this, it just stays really bad for a while, then it clears. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, it's working again. Alright, good. Let's take power from the engines. And then we'll do auto, auto, APU bleed off, APU off. Nothing on fire, it's good. Ejected takeoff. LNAV, VNAV armed. Being as we're being a wimp and not going on VATSIM today, we'll just set our altitude to 380 like an absolute hero. Good. Let's just double check local pressure hasn't changed on us. It's not even registering my click events. 1006, still the same. Okay, let's look at our chart for ground. What happened there? We're heading out 26 right, which is going to be all the way down here. Of course, I've chosen the longest possible taxi. In which case... Ah! We're going to go straight ahead onto Bravo, then... Scrub that. Alpha. Alpha... Delta... Yeah, Alpha. Then November. Yeah, that'll do. Alright, fine. We sort of need to get gone, really. If I can release my brakes. November will be down here. Just slow us down a little bit for the turn. Frames seem a little bit better now. Still not even reaching 30 mine, so... I'm right in saying that this is one of the handcrafted airports, aren't I? This is obviously this isn't payware scenery, but I'm fairly certain this is a payware, not a payware, a handcrafted one by a Sobo or whoever did it. Yeah, thought so, Simon, thanks. Yeah, I was going to say, it doesn't look the greatest, does it? What's going on with that building over there? Is that like how it is in real life? Looks like some sort of modern art installation. Alright, what's the plan then? So we keep on until Romeo? Wow. Yeah, okay. I mean, surely that's got to be part of their testing, right? Like, taxi on all the taxiways and see if the plane gets thrown around like it's going over at speed ramp. You would think. Bridges, you think that's what's causing the frames per second issues? I hadn't really thought of that. Oh, there's another ramp. Just keep trundling along here. Oh, the speed bump. Yeah, okay. So they're struggling to maintain like a level surface everywhere. I got you. Yeah, that's right, Jack. So Airbus, I'll kind of be like this, and then Boeing, I'll be like this. A lot of people give me a lot of stick for using this one here with the Boeing, almost like it's some kind of, you know, giant offence to people that I'm using an Airbus throttle with a Boeing yoke. What they don't realise is that actually that counts as engagement when they comment on those kind of videos, and it makes my videos perform better. So in a way, I kind of feel like I'm stuck with it now, whether I like it or not. But they think they're being very clever and they get their dopamine hit, so good for them, I guess. But the reason why I chose it is because I feel like the Thrustmaster Airbus throttle quadrant, A, is priced nicely, and B, I find it's a better throttle to go between Airbus and Boeing. Because when you're in the Airbus, you've obviously got all the detents in place, you can feel the climb gate and all the rest of it. And when it's time to switch to Boeing, you just ignore the clicks. And in a way, it's almost like a little bit of a help, because when you feel like the climb gate, you sort of know you're at, like, I don't know, 50% N1. So it's kind of a nice thing that you feel to know roughly where you are. And obviously, if you look on the channel, there's a video about how to configure the reversers properly with this throttle with the Boeing. I don't know, I find it to be a nice product, sensibly priced, delivers the goods, and it triggers people to comment, so it helps my videos perform better. Which one would I have if I could only have one? Which one, as in the yoke or the stick? Is that what you're asking? I mean, to people just starting out, I always say just get the stick. Like, just the stick, you don't need anything else. The stick will do everything. Not as nicely as all this other stuff, but it will do everything. You've got twist on the rudder, you've got all the buttons, you've got a little throttle slider, again, not the greatest, but it's good enough. And, like, you get some crazy good deals on it. Obviously, when you move into the yoke, you're now talking £200-300 at least over here. Don't know what it would be like in your region or what region you're in, but yeah, all of a sudden you're talking a lot more money. It becomes a bit of a different conversation. But yeah, I'm very aware that I'm spoilt with what I have. Wasn't like I just filled up a basket and clicked order on all of it. It was acquired over time. I definitely find it more fun flying with the yoke, especially with this plane. Yeah, with time pressures upon us, Wasp. Ooh. Yeah, we've got to get to Dublin. We may have to divert to Gatwick, depending on how we're looking for time. I've got a hard out in 2 hours, so if we're not down in Dublin by 2 hours, the stream just has to end, unfortunately. You're doing JFK to Heathrow? No way. Alright, let's start the clock. Let's go. Let's get to Dublin.
Knots.
bit of right rudder required here to keep us on the straight and narrow.
V1 rotate.
Whoa, nice low frames per second there. There's a definite judder from my sim there. Did not appreciate that at all. It'll have to be time for a new build soon. Can't keep going like this. Take in some of those views, shall we? Not yet, Simon. I downloaded it last night. Maybe we could do that tomorrow, if anyone's interested. Keep in mind, I have never flown the 787 properly, so I'd make tons of mistakes. I'll probably smash it into the runway when we land it, but I'll gladly do a stream in it for you if that would be of interest. Your message got deleted? Oh, back to, I don't know, Maxi, it's like, I had a bit of trouble a while ago with a load of bots that would turn up in the stream and like try and get you to click links and go to various weird little corners of the internet. So I turned on like strict mode with the chat. So yeah, YouTube can be a little bit on the aggressive side in light of that. Oh, just noticed in the Phoenix Discord there's been a post about the Block 2 development. are they saying? Hi everyone, to get to the sharp end of the stick out the way first. As you may have noticed, it's the end of October and Block 2 isn't here. The last month has been an absolute whirlwind of late nights, early mornings and weekends to try and get this over the line. Things ultimately didn't go our way in the later phase of development, and the simple fact is we're not going to be meeting our October guidance as hoped. But regardless, we're not letting our foot off the gas just yet. We understand this is going to cause a lot of frustration and annoyance, and we're honestly gutted we couldn't pin everything together. Just reading through the rest of it to see when they say it might come. It's sad that people, it says, I'd like to reiterate that sending abusive DMs to any staff on the server will result in an instant ban. So people have been sending horrible messages, that sucks. Why are they doing that? It's just a pretend airplane. Calm down everyone. Blimey. They got some screenshots. That's cool. One of the major aspects of V2 that took nearly 4 months to complete was a total rebuild of the landing gear. The landing gear looks cool. I forgot to put this into standard pressure because I was reading Discord. That's my excuse and I'm sticking to it. Good, good, good. Everything's looking nice up here, that's good. Phoenix Discord has a tyre fire. Yeah, I think everyone just needs to chill. And I don't mean that just in terms of Flight Sim and Phoenix, I just mean so many people in life just need to chill. Everyone needs to chill. It's not worth the aggro, just chill out. New icing model takes into account the fuselage and the wind affects only one engine. Damn. Every game I play, the community makes me regret my life choices. Yeah. Yeah, I feel that. I think that's, I really respect like what fly-by-wire do in the fact that they just will not give a deadline at all. It's like, I really respect that. But they're volunteers. They don't owe you a damn thing. I mean, to hear some people go on about the A380, you think that, like, yeah, that they're somehow owed that. How dare you not give me a free A380? Hurry up. No, it doesn't work like that. Does not work like that at all. Yeah, my advice on anything like that, Wasp, is never pay for a product based on a promise. Pay for the product based on what it is. You see it a lot in the PC hardware community. It's kind of like people buying these like really super expensive graphics cards because someday a game apparently is going to have this feature that will maybe somehow make use of the horsepower that they're paying for, even though they have no immediate use for it right now. It's like, no, buy it for what you need right now, because that thing that you're maybe buying it for may never happen. And then you've just wasted all your money. Oh, I forgot about the Builds A320. I remember feeling really confused. I think we were talking about it, weren't we? And I was like, why are they doing that? And I think you said like about the Xbox, and it suddenly made a bit more sense. But yeah, for those that can't get access to what we have on PC, I guess that's brilliant news for them. Brilliant news. They did the A310? I never did fly that thing. Was the A310 considered a success? Can't talk. So I know a few people in here were like, oh, it can't do this, it can't do that, it can't follow a glide slope, it's a bit iffy. Should maybe do a stream in that someday. I love the idea of legitimately flying a Airbus with a yoke. Is it even in service anymore? It's quite a strange aircraft, isn't it, really? Like a wide-bodied, short little thing. Oh, maybe we'll do a stream in that sometime then, Simon. That'd be nice to try out something new. Only in freight. I suppose that was its main purpose out of the gate. Like a small freight airliner. I think all eyes are on the 777 now, though, right? That's what I want. I really want to try a PMDG version of a heavy Boeing. '49 still in service. Wow. Okay, so there's an Iranian airline that use it. ULS Cargo from Turkey. Iran Air, so another Iranian one. So Mahan Air have 11 of them. Yeah, it's an interesting aircraft. It is an interesting aircraft. I don't suppose there's any word on Aerosoft yet in their A330. That's all gone quiet a bit, hasn't it? Should maybe do a bit more of the ATR. I kind of feel like I got swept up in the hype of that, and I haven't really flown it an awful lot since. Of course, that one doesn't have an auto throttle, does it, the ATR? That's what I found a bit weird. I'm so used to jets with auto throttles, and then that one didn't. Oh, I didn't know FedEx used them. Yeah, it's funny you say that, Simon. That's probably the best word I would use for it as well. A little bit on the twitchy side. Would it be fair to say that you could get cargo routes in a bigger plane that are shorter than a typical passenger route? Because I always feel like if you're going to get on a big plane, like a 777, 787, 747, A330 as a passenger, I know there are some routes that are shorter, but in general, you're probably going to be going quite far. Would it be fair to say that a cargo route flown in a 777, say, could be shorter in the real world? Just wondering whether we can lean into that a little bit. Maybe do some more like cargo ops with the 777 when it comes out. That might be a better fit for us, rather than doing like Heathrow to JFK or something, you know. I think so. I think there might be something there actually. So I'm using Sim Toolkit Pro. I've just looked up DHL as an example. Cargo not. Yeah, well I had to make one for the ATR, of course. What did I call it? Air Not Connect, I think I called it. I did about 2 flights and then never used it since. A lot of 757s used by DHL, that's interesting. Lots of 757s, and the routes are really short. Like a 23-minute flight in France. An hour flight from Belgium to somewhere in France. 757. 767, hour and 21 minutes. EGNX to EDDP. Right, where's the 777? Come on, you must have some 777s. What's the matter with you? Thinking of leaning maybe into the VA route. Maybe get some actual routes. And publish all the liveries, and then if you guys want to get involved, you can. Well, we can definitely be busy with cargo ops when Bluebird releases 757 and 767. That's for sure. Oh, the 225, yeah. I saw that meme the other day. What was it? It was like 1,000,000 dials and it said like AN225. Then it was like 10 dials, it said 737. Then there was just a simple on-off switch and it said A320. There are so many cargo routes all over Europe that I just would not have expected to have been real routes. Looks amazing. Right, DHL UK. What did DHL UK do it then? Okay, so with the 777 it seems that they're doing much bigger routes. Well, I don't know. Maybe they are, maybe they aren't. EGNX to EDDP is done with the 777, hour and 20 minutes. Okay, so under 3 hours, what have we got? South Korea to China, 3 hours. Another South Korea to China, hour and 10 in the 777. Frankfurt to... Where's EDDP? Where is that? I feel like I should know that. 26. That's a 26-minute flight in a 777 with DHL UK. Is that a Canadian route I can see there? CYYZ. What's that? Toronto? Down to KIAH. Is that Houston? 3 hours. JFK to KATL, that's Atlanta, isn't it? And then EGNX to EDDP. What's EGNX? Is that East Midlands? Hour and 20. So yeah, the routes are there. You could legitimately use a 777, especially a freight variant. Again, the 757 seems to be a favourite of DHL. What other airlines, what other cargo ones are there? FedEx, I guess? Aircraft. 777. Let's bring the flight time down to within 4 hours. See what we get. LFPG, so that's Paris, isn't it? To LIMC, that's Milan, I think. In a 777, 51 minutes. No more floating passengers. Yeah, that could be a good point. Auckland to Sydney. No way. There's a 10-minute flight. Surely not. What's EBLG? That's it's in Belgium, isn't it? A 10-minute flight from EDDK to EBLG. I find it hard to believe that a 777 goes up for 10 minutes, but how strange. Well, I think that's good. I mean, that kind of paves the way for us a little bit to do some to fly some heavier stuff, but not have to sit in a 7-hour cruise, which is fine by me. Right, how are we looking? Where's top of descent? Let's Let's go to our progress page, 165 miles. Liege. Oh, maybe. Yeah. Maybe. Right, folks, it is 25 past 1 and my stomach is making noises. I'm going to go and grab or make a sandwich and bring it out here and eat it. I'll be back in a couple of minutes, alright? Oh, Maxie, you're back. So am I. Sorry, I've literally just walked back into the shed. Just been grabbing some lunch. Don't trust the Sim Toolkit Pro routes. If the plane emergencies and it diverts, it logs the flight as a full flight. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, good point well made. But yeah, Maxi, the flight's going alright so far. We're doing alright. We should be into Dublin in plenty of time as well, because like I say, in just over an hour I've got a hard out. Gotta go. So we should be alright. It's been a very nice morning of flying though. Yeah, last week was all a bit all over the place. I find like after day 3 or day 4, if I've not touched the sim, I start to get really like, oh, I want to do it. I want to fly. I want to go somewhere. Sort of get the itch. Yeah, it is now lunchtime on board. Too bad I haven't got like the little tray you can pull out. That's on the A320, isn't it? Is that on the Phoenix? Yeah, there's nothing here. And there must be something though, right? Like if a pilot does have lunch or something on board. Like, how does that even work practically on a 737? Weird. Don't know. .737 driver just put out a tutorial for the UTF performance. Okay, good. Yeah, I will also be watching that. Thank you, Simon. What's the difference between a B772? I mean, that's going to be the 777-200. And then the 77W. So apparently British Airways operates either an A330 or a 777 from Gatwick to LPFR. Would that be Faro? They're literally in their laps. Did they really? W equals 300 ER. Brilliant, thank you. Heathrow to Geneva, there's a 777 route, 1 hour and 5 minutes. Although most... So it tells you the airlines that... Or the aircraft, rather, that operate that route is like A320, A320N, A319, A321, then a 777, which is odd. Madrid to Heathrow, Frankfurt to... Oh, no, wait. I think this might be what you were saying about don't trust the routes, because I've got Heathrow to Cardiff. 17 minutes in a 777. I think something must have gone wrong that day. There must be some American routes as well, right? Feels to me like air travel is very different in the States versus here. Remember when we were over there, we did an internal flight. The first and only internal flight I've ever done. And there was just this feeling that they're almost like buses. Just like the whole vibe of the airport and the way you just get off the plane and walk out the door. There's no like immigration, which I get because again it's internal, isn't it? But it just struck me as different. Yeah, so 777-200, you got JFK, Miami, LAX to Dallas, Fort Worth, 2 hours 50 minutes. KDFW, that's Fort Worth again, back to Miami. Miami to KCLT, what's that? I recognise that, where's that? Come on, grey shirt. You should know this. KCLT. I'm going to kick myself. Is that Charlotte? Hour and 30. Then KJFK to K-Tull. Is that Tulsa? Then KBCT. What's BCT? Boston? No, it can't be Boston. K-Bed. Bedfordshire? I don't know. Florida to somewhere up north. So I mean really the 200 might be the one to get because it looks like that there's a lot more shorter routes. Boston is K-Boss, okay, so it's not that then. Wonder what it is. Boca Raton, of course. Yeah, it seems like the kind of shorter hops available on the 777-300 a little bit harder to find. So what's the 777? So I've got B57L. What's that? Is that just a freight variant? ALM 777 ops. God, that's going to be some long haul stuff there, isn't it? I must admit, the thought of long haul, even on stream, even with VATSIM, seems like could be a tall order. We did that 5,000 when we hit 5,000 subs. We did Dubai to Heathrow in the headwind A330. I remember thinking about 3 hours in, like, oh, blimey, I wish we could like do something like just descend or just do anything other than go in a straight line. Maybe VATSIM breaks it up, but I guess if you go over the Atlantic, it's still a long old way, right? Yeah. So what would you do if both your A380 stands were full and someone piped up, you know, A380 on vinyl, runway, whatever, would you have to say no? I think with the long haul, I had a lot of people that sort of came and went. Like, they would pop in for a bit, then they'd be like, right, I'm going again. Sort of becomes a thing that people sort of check in on during the day. I don't know whether being on VATSIM would have made it more interactive for me to stop me getting so bored during the cruise. Maybe it would have. I'm just about to go over Manchester. Down there somewhere. There it is. That's where we started earlier this morning. Would have loved to join CTP, but couldn't. What's CTP? Oh, across the pond. Oh, sorry, Max. Yeah, I'll have to have a look at the settings, because... yeah, I feel like maybe it's been a bit overly aggressive. I apologise. Yeah, it may be that a lot of streamers have to put on the extra protected mode, because we're having a huge problem. it would always be when I was on like Final Approach as well, and I was like not able to get rid of all the messages, but you get all these spammers that would turn up. Fairly certain they were all bots, but nevertheless, I didn't really want people to have to A, read that stuff, and B, I know it's a low chance risk, but I didn't want someone to click on a link and end up somewhere they shouldn't and maybe get a load of rubbish on their computer. But I turned on this more aggressive YouTube chat filtering thing and it all went away. But obviously it does come at a cost as well. I didn't know that, Simon. That sounds cool. Well, that rings a bell, actually, now you do say it. Maybe I've forgotten about that. Zoom the map in for us a bit, now we're getting closer. So when you say submit changes, as in you actually have to do the work to fix what's broken, or you can just point it out and they'll fix it? Yeah, I'll say it'd be a bit harsh, wouldn't it, if they're expecting you to do a load of 3D modelling as well to fix it. Yeah, fingers crossed. I always love flying past this little bit of coastline. Nice part of Wales. So of course this is where you would get the ferry to Ireland. Or one of two places you're likely to get it. Is it the island that's called Holyhead and the port is called Anglesey, or is it the other way around? No, the island's Anglesey, isn't it? I don't know. I'm confused myself now. Yeah, it's a good 3 hours, isn't it? I think on a car ferry into Dublin. Anglesey is the island. Thought so. Right, what is the plane doing? Let's make sure everything's okay. Just looking out the window here, be like, oh, look at the views. Not actually concentrating on the task at hand. I'd say we're looking pretty good. Could help ourselves out a bit. So descent, forecast, wind request. Oh, of course, yeah, there's another island. It's like a mini island. It's been years since I've been there. Years and years and years. I remember going there as a kid on a holiday to Ireland. Having to get up like super early to catch the ferry at like 9 in the morning. Good. Always surprises me how quickly you do it in a plane versus the ferry, though. Don't they have one of those, like, fast ferries? They can do it in, like, an hour and a bit. I remember going on that one once. I remember as a kid being really upset that we were going on the fast ferry. I wanted to go on the big ferry, because to me, bigger was better. Like, just imagine like wandering around this huge ferry, never finding everything because it's so big. Then you get on this tiny little thing and it's like, what? There's like one room and a coffee shop. That's it. Are you serious? There was another one, wasn't there? There was like a big ferry that was also fast. Obviously not as big as the big ones, but it was still fairly big. What's it called? I have to Google for it. The HSS, that's what it was. Stanaline. I'm sure that's what it was. Yeah, there it is. Is it still in use? Stena Voyager. The high-speed ferry owned by Stena Line. Oh, Stena Explorer? That's the one I went on, Stena Explorer. I'm sure it was. Yeah, that's the one. $65 million. Wow. No way, it's not in use anymore. We're just reading here, it says like on Wikipedia it's like all the stats, and there's a column that says fate. It says sold to a firm in Turkey for static use as offices, power generator and research projects. No way. That's kind of cool in a way. However, in 2016 the vessel was on sale for as low as $6.5 million. Should be able to see the Isle of Man. Well, I say we should. If the clouds weren't there. Well, I've had a lovely time this morning. I really have. Thank you all for coming along. My flight sim adventures. Okay, that's weird. Why did it do that? Let's check out the charts. Where's my chart gone? Oh, it's up above. It'd be nice if they could center it every time you click on a new chart. That'd be a nice touch. Transition altitude 5,000. Okay, that's fine. Let's do a search for the airport chart. I keep trying to zoom with my scroll with my scroll wheel, but then of course it puts me in a weird zoom state. Dude, let's pin that one. There we go. So we're going to be coming in on 10 right here. So to that end, we will I imagine jump off at like Sierra 2. Then we've got Whiskey 1, Hotel 1. That should do us. Hopefully. Any go around instructions we need to be aware of? Missed approach, climb straight ahead to DW031, max 200 knots, turn right to Umoe at or above 4,000 to initiate another approach as instructed by ATC. So in our case it would be almost like a giant hold. That'd be okay. Just about see the coast. Let's get some lights on. Engines into continuous. At 10,000 feet, I believe. Do you think there's ever going to be like a motorized 737 throttle system that we can buy? You know, like this whole little block here. Be pretty neat, wouldn't it, if they did? If someone did. That's going to cost a penny or two though, isn't it? And I suppose if it's motorized, you could almost use the motors when you're in an Airbus mode to almost create the feelings of the detents for the climb gate. That could be a really nice solution. There already is, yeah. I mean, like, if like Thrustmaster or, you know, a consumer-facing brand were to make one rather than a boutique kind of thing. I'd never considered that with the climb gates, because you must be able to. If you imagine, like, if you're between idle and the climb gate, then there's no motor input at all. Then if you get within a certain range of the climb gate, you almost feel a little bit of resistance. And then if you let your hand off it, it will move it to the exact right place. 2,800 euros. Alright. I need to obviously up my game on the content. Get some more views. I can't believe we've been live for 4.5 hours. It really doesn't feel like it. It feels like I've barely gotten started today. I am tempted, in the interest of time, to take a little shortcut. Maybe go to direct to, where is it? IFBAT. I reckon we can do that. Oh, you want some of the physical MCDU. What did I see the other night? I was watching. I keep getting all of these like cockpit videos of like people that made full-on home cockpits. I've obviously triggered the algorithm in some way. Yeah, one guy had made what looked like a full-on 737, like the yokes, and none of it was like the Thrustmaster yoke. It was an actual Boeing yoke, or very, very close to it. But where was it? It was down here. This little section here, this whole thing was like one touchscreen. Almost like a 24-inch touchscreen monitor. Where he had this, and this all laid out. It made me think that's quite a good idea as a solution. Could you maybe do these 3 screens here with like an ultra wide, obviously not a curved one, and then a 24-inch for all of this that was somehow had a touch layer applied to it, and then you could almost stop. You sort of go as far as the landing gear lever and call it a day, really. Yeah, I guess you'd kind of need all of this as well up until this point. And if you're going to go that far, you might as well go this far before you know it. Yeah, that's it, Simon. That was my first thought. If it was all touchscreen based, makes life a lot easier, doesn't it, on that front? And you got your PFD and your ND, that can kind of go between the two. Now I'd almost look to make a set of buttons up here that weren't Boeing, weren't Airbus, but could control either. That makes sense. I don't know, it's a lot of money once you start getting into it. Yeah, we made it to Ireland at least. Even if the landing doesn't go well. We've made it to Ireland. I love Ireland. I want to go back to Ireland. Yeah, that's it. Just like loads and loads of pop-up windows. Wasn't it with Sim Update 12 or 13 that pop-up windows now retain their state? So if you were to, say, for example, do a pop-out window of this and position it on like a 24-inch monitor maybe that you've got behind a frame, it would remember that and it would stick. So every time you turn it. Yeah, that'd be cool. I don't know, it feels like it could be the sort of thing where you just keep on spending and spending and spending and you never quite get it there. There's always going to be something. I remember even when I went on that like 737 simulator experience day, even that I sort of looked at certain parts of it and I was like, oof, I wouldn't like that. Like the projectors, they had like this kind of wrap around 180 white screen that they had 3 different projectors firing at. And one of the projectors was out of focus, and you could definitely see the join where the 2 projectors were. Just, yeah, things like that. Part of the where is it? It was this bit down here. Part of this was all like fall into bits. The throttles I was told not to touch because they were a bit broken. I was told not to touch the rudder pedals. Yeah, all in all, it was a very strange experience, but Right, what speed do we need to be at for IFBAP 220? Was it 108.9? Alright, cam is on. We should start decelling any moment. 9.97. Great minds think alike, Simon. Now what's the wind situation? We're coming in at 1-0. 124. Okay, so we should be right. Which is a bit of a shame. No excuses. We rely on the excuses. Let's get ourselves to 160. Well, the weather's not very good, is it? Should be a same again, Simon, tomorrow. With a bit of luck. So we're on a 10-mile final. Right, I need fingers and toes crossed that my FPS stays stable for us, alright?
2,500.
Yeah. It does have an auto land. Yes, it does, Wasp. I don't think I've ever actually tried it, though. Always feel like a bit of a cheat. Okay, gear down, flaps 30, spoilers are armed, auto brake 3. Who's that beeping at me? What does that beep mean? So we are crabbing a little bit at the moment. I have control. Well, I say control. I'm attempting to land the aircraft. It's probably a more accurate way of
1,000.
raising it.
Traffic. Traffic.
There is no traffic. Three reds is actually alright as far as I'm concerned, especially on this sim.
200.
Well, down you go. There you go, not quite on the markers. But I really wanted the butter on that one. Gotta get the butter. Let's go for the next one. I was rather pleased with that, all things considered. Alright, APU on. Lovely. We'll get some replays of that in a second if you want. Stick around, we'll get to the gate and I'll run the replays. What on earth is a Southwest 737 doing over here? Thank you, Maxi. Yeah, you spotted that last time, huh? In fact, what we can do is we can do some replays, because I've been recording the whole morning. We can do some replays of our landing into Paris. And we can also do some replays of some wing view replays. Now, how do we get over there? Here. What replay is that? I think it's just called Flight Recorder. Right. I tell you what, I won't turn off the plane and I won't do all that stuff because if we're going to do some replays, that's going to really annoy us, isn't it? Okay. So we'll get rid of all that stuff. Stop recording. Alright, it's going to go all over the place. We'll start with the landing into Paris, okay? Alright. Keep in mind this is all going to be weird for a second.
80 knots.
There we go. So this is Paris from earlier. Whoa. Those frames. I suppose it is loading everything in, isn't it? Right. Are we armed? Yes, we are. That wasn't bad. Let's have it from this view. was a definite one-wheeler there, wasn't it, for a minute? What about...
Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't sink. Too low. Terrain.
Ah, this is going to be
Too low,
annoying. Let's skip to
terrain.
Dublin.
Too low. Terrain. Too low. Terrain.
Right, we'll go from there. Right, passenger view, here we go. Here we go. Let's do a wing view like this, shall we? Don't often do replays in this view. Yeah, that's pretty good. We're actually off the centre line a little bit there, I didn't realise that. Interesting. Alright, one last time out of this view. Then we'll call it a day because I've got to get going. I do want to thank you all for coming along today. I've had a really great stream. Thoroughly enjoyed it. It's a bit dark and gloomy, isn't it? Well said, Wasp. Beautiful. Well, I'm very pleased with that last landing. I know it wasn't straight on the touchdown markers, but it was well within the touchdown zone and lovely and smooth. I must admit, the last kind of 20 feet, I was definitely prioritising a smooth landing over a timely one, let's put it that way. But I achieved what I set out to achieve, regardless of whether you agree with whether that was the right thing to do or not. But yeah, very pleased with that one. Right, folks, it's nearly 2:45 here, and real life beckons. So I'm going to say thanks ever so much, and I really do mean that. It's been a great morning. Yeah, I've missed being on the usual beat last week, so it's really great to come back and do this today. So thank you very much indeed. It should be the same again tomorrow with a bit of luck. I will try and schedule whatever we're doing and let you all know. Until then, enjoy the rest of your day, and I'll hopefully